Hej, hej, witamy Was bardzo serdecznie na kolejnym evencie z serii Pykonik Tech Talks, już 81. Za chwilę będziemy się rozkręcać z prezentacjami, ale najpierw is there anyone here that doesn't speak Polish? Oh, okay, okay. We have people not speaking Polish. Great. So the whole thing will be in English. The presentations are all in English anyway, so that's great. It's just fitting. One thing about lightning talks, which I'll say in a second, they can be in Polish, just so you know, before I forget to say it again. Before we start, I would kindly ask you to take out your phones and share your feedback. It's not really feedback from this meetup, it's more like a questionnaire, and it's really quick. And just to prove that it's really quick, I'm gonna do it as well. And the idea is that you have nothing better to do. So let's just do it together. And it literally takes 2 minutes, and all we want from you is your input on who you are, and it can be completely anonymous if you want it to be. And it's only about why are you using Python? What is your experience? We're trying to get some information on who attends our meetings, so we can kind of prepare them more accurately in terms of our main audience. So that's the first question. Let's go with intermediate. Then my work areas. Areas of interest. And then how many meetups have you taken part in? Of course you can do it in your own time. I'm just saying, I'm just like sharing my my experience to show you that it's really pretty quick. Preferred level of talks, preferred language for talks. And one of the most important things for us, where do you find our meetups? Because we've heard completely random answers, so we would like to kind of have a more direct view in terms of where you found us. So maybe it's a place we haven't heard before. Right. Thank you all for filling it, or if you haven't filled it yet, thank you for doing it eventually. And we can get to our schedule. For today, we have as many as 4 talks for you, and that's gonna be Kuba with Zero Join Django, Denormalization with pgtrigger. Then Łukasz will tell us about his quest for bad apple on an Ikea Obegränsad display. Then we'll have Oleg with LLMs tools orchestration with assembly on Python. Then we will have a networking break with pizza. And last but not least, Janusz will tell us a little bit about how you own more than you think in terms of DevOps. And then we'll have a session of lightning talks. Let me flip this. Who doesn't know what lightning talks are? Great. So lightning talks, we had no one in the audience, which is incredible, but lightning talks are talks that we can do on the spot. You can talk about anything you like, as long as you do it within 5 minutes. You get the microphone, you get the HDMI cord. Can be technical, doesn't have to be. Can be related to Python, doesn't have to be. We've had lightning talks about brewing coffee, brewing tea. brewing tea. So, you know, whatever your heart desires, that's the time. At about 9-ish, we will have the ending, and then we will have the after party, which takes place here, because this bar is also for us. So we will just stay here, and then we can hang out here and network and probably discuss what we've heard today. So you're very much welcome to do that. Who's joining us for the after party? Okay, well, I'll ask a couple more times, and hopefully it gets even better. Big thanks to our sponsors and partners. First, our sponsor, Trail of Bits. We have someone who would like to say a few words about Trail of Bits.
Yeah, welcome everybody. I'm Disconnected. I work at Trail of Bits. We are a software auditing company, so if you have any kind of software you want to be audited or pen tested, you can contact us. And basically, we are sponsoring the pizza and the open bar that we will have here until some limit. So yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Trail of Bits. The bar, it's worth mentioning now, the bar opens at 6:30, so in 11 minutes approximately. And the cool people hosting us here are owners of this bar, so we would kindly ask you to get something there if you can. If you can, because it would really help us and the venue we're in right now. As Disconnected mentioned, the first drinks to a certain degree will be free. So get them while you can, past 6:30. Thank you. If you want something to drink to your pizza, there is water on the purple table next to the bar, and that's complimentary. Another sponsor we have is ECHO Miasta. We are in the spaces of ECHO Miasta. This is an old office building. Thank you. An old office building that's now shared with NGOs, and as we are in this business, let's say we are allowed to use this great space. So thanks a lot to ECHO Miasta. Big applause for them as well. Our third sponsor is JetBrains, and let me just remind you about our competition. If you go to Discord and open the channel Pykonik 81, which is the relevant channel for today's meetup, if you tell us about something you've discovered in the past month, something technical you discovered in the past month, the answer that gets the most reactions underneath it wins a license for one of JetBrains' products. So it can be PyCharm, doesn't have to be, if I'm not mistaken. But generally, you probably want to get a PyCharm license. So that's a yearly license for free if you share what you've discovered, what technical you've discovered with us on Discord, and you get the most reactions. So get your ideas in, preferably right now, so other people have time to react to them. Big round of applause for JetBrains as well. And as for partners, we have CLUG, and CLUG is the Cracow Linux users group. And as always, they are providing us with the stream for this meetup, so you can watch it on YouTube. You can tell your friends to watch us on YouTube. And yeah, if you're not here and you're watching us, come around next time and have fun with us here in Cracow. Of course, big round of applause for our partner CLUG. Thank you. If you're not on our Discord yet, then we highly encourage you to join. You have a QR code and a link, and that's where we talk about all Pykonics. We also have a Pykonik Tech Talks meetup every month. That's usually at the end of the month. Right now, it's kind of an exception that it's so early, but it really depends. Usually doesn't mean always, obviously. And we also have Pykonik meetups, and Pykonik just means we gather in a bar, drink beer, talk about all things Python and all things non-Python, like the two most important things in the world, right? So if you want to join us for that as well, that is also announced on our Discord, so be sure to join to be kept updated. As I mentioned, there is a competition, and you can win a license for one of these wonderful products if you just mention a thing you have discovered, a technical thing you have discovered in the past month. So in just a moment, we will have Kuba with the first talk. Thank you. Chyba nie potrzebujesz ładowania?
Nie, ale potrzebuję hardware.
No to...
Przejściówkę masz? Czy
A przejściówkę masz twoją? Bo nie mamy chyba tak na szybko. Dobrze. Mikrofon taki, czy masz na ten... To spytaj Piotrka. Zapomniałem o czymś. Powiedziałem o wodzie. Powiedziałem, że jest woda na fioletowym stole.
Dobra, możemy w międzyczasie zrobić test dźwięku, czy mi dobrze zbiera, bo dawno nie zakładałem tych mikrofonów. Super. Mhm. Okej. Okej, gotów. Okay, good to see everyone here. My name is Jakub Wasielak. There will be a slide about me. But before I start in, I wanted to say a few words about this topic and that I'm really happy to be able to speak here. I didn't run any Python-related presentation for years, and it literally has been years, and I really used to like it. So I have an interesting topic that I think you might find interesting as well. And I think I have something interesting to say about it. So happy to be here, back on stage. And what I wanted to say today is about a bit more about Postgres, but actually what this presentation is about a different kind of approach. And that's the main thing. I don't want to focus neither on Python nor on SQL today, nor on Postgres. But I want to focus on presenting some kind of an approach which really helped us in a critical situation, like in reality, in an everyday job. And I will be pulling in some histories from the past. But overall, what I want to do today is to present 4 scenarios about improvement, 4 rounds of improvements. But first things first. So my name is Jakub Wasielak. I am an engineering manager at Relativity, and I wanted to say 2 words about 2 initiatives, 2 logos that are there. First thing about Relativity is the job that since I've joined, I didn't complain even once, and I've joined this Monday. So I don't have too much to say about it, but so far so good. It looks really interesting, and I wanted to say you might see this logo more often on Pykonik, but I can't say it because starting on Monday, this logo would start looking different. But the name is not changing, so it will be still Relativity. And another initiative I take here in Cracow is I'm organizing one of the biggest of this kind LARP events, LARP, which stands for Live Action Role Plays. It's Cracow. It's happening this autumn in Cracow, so if you're into LARPs or RPGs and you want to try out LARP, you can catch me later on, and I'm happy to talk about this for a long time. But 2 more acknowledgements about this one. The main content, the deep content of that presentation, I haven't came up with all of those solutions and all of the implementations. This has been part of the consultation with Michał Lovac-Korn, who is also a common speaker here on Pykonik. He was the one implementing the solution that we have discussed to a real scenario that we face in the work. And I know that, and I think that it's worth to mention AI usage, since I wanted to focus on the case, not on not on writing the Python code for the example, or I don't know, putting up nice slides. Cloud Code and Gamma has been used for this presentation. So what's on the agenda today? We have a case that our API has something an object that is called a file, and files can have file versions. You can put that situation into any kind of problem that you're facing the world. You have messages and you have last message. You have daily metrics and you need last daily metrics, the one coming from today. It's quite a common scenario in programming that you need to have a general object and a reference to the latest version of that object. And today I will be presenting 4 iterations, 4 rounds of dealing with that situation. From something that is very naive and will not work into something which is probably too complex for a lot of scenarios, but it's still worth presenting. So the case is that we have a file, and our file can have multiple file versions. And inside the file version, there is a data object, which is a JSON-B with a lot of random data, like title, tags. Tags is actually the only bit that you might want to focus on, because tags, we will be filtering by tags, and that's important. So there's one file. Each file has multiple file versions, and we want to always receive the most recent file version. Why? Because we need auditing. We need to store all the file versions in the system, but we always want to look only at the last file version. A w tą stronę. A little bit of alignment. Usually, problems like that, they are not a problem unless volume comes in. And since yesterday, this presentation was running on 50K files, on 10K files with 50K file versions. But I've decided that to really show how crucial this part is, I'm bumping it up to 1 million files, five file versions each, which means that we have 5 million rows. And just to prove that I'm not lying, although it's very small, that's my post-echo, so a DB2 that is very small, and I can't zoom in, but it says 1 million. You have to believe me if you can't see it. So let's talk about our judge. I am using CLUG as profiling tool because it's super helpful. It shows the time of the query, it shows the plan, and it shows everything that is needed for that presentation. It's a really good tool. To be honest, I didn't use that before. I used Django debug toolbar, but for SQL profiling, it's actually quite great. So round 1, loop. So to get our files, we just get all of our files. To get the last version of the file, we just filter the versions and get the latest. The most naive, the most simple solution that you can write into your code. Just one file, get its latest version, repeat. And it's an n+1 case. So this is how it looks like in CLUG. This list will be very, very long. And that's the only example that I'm not going to run because I don't want my machine to die in the first round of the solutions during these presentations. So it's not going to work. It will work for 100, for 1000 on 10K examples, 10K files. It worked, but it was loading for half a minute. The benefit, we don't have joins. So we're already at the goal, 0 joins, so we win. But no, don't use n+1 in your query because it will break. If not immediately, then very soon. So I'm not going to show a live demo, but I have some code to show. So I'm not going to visit any of these links, but I'm going to enter presentation mode here and open the bookmarks. Yep, so I have everything written here. So under our API, I think I'm using Django Ninja here, but it's not relevant for this presentation. Our list all files is just getting straight, simple, all files. If we want to filter by tags, there is another subquery, but it's not crucial. And under the model in file, there is a property called current file version, which gets the versions, all the versions which are foreign key relations in the database, orders them by created at, because we want our latest file version, and just picks first. And as you can see, it's not going to work. And where did I lost? Oh, I know. Sorry. It's not going to work because for 1 million results, this will result in 1,000,001 query, and I'm not going to even run it. But there's a simple solution to that, and we're getting very quickly into round 2, and it's annotate. So we're using a prefetch related to bring in the relation data before we pull it in. And that's the most common solution. If you type in your problem that I have n+1 query, usually the first result will tell you that, okay, just use prefetch related. And there are no schema changes in the database. It's pure ORM, and it's just subquery plus prefetch related. So this time I do have a live demo. And this is our results of the endpoint file /by tags /project 105. And I'm not going to rerun this one because in Django Silk I rerun it before coming in here, and it ran for 1 minute. But let's see what has been happening here. So under Silk, I can go to SQL and I can see 2 rows. The first one, it's getting files with a lovely where. And it goes and goes and goes. And you might see that probably it shouldn't look like that, but it goes and goes and goes. And there's another query which gets the files and does this one join. So there is overall 1 join in our query. And just to show you a bit of a code which has run here. So this version, it has list all files. It uses the with current version query manager, which is, yep, that's the one, which basically does a prefetch related on versions with the correct order by created at. And as I mentioned, it's the easiest solution, the first one that you would find when solving that problem. And you might think that, okay, it's working, it's perfect, and I just solved my case. But if this is perfect, then once you have 1 million files in your system, every user will be experiencing huge delays into loading. And it's just, I know that it's just my machine, but it's one client trying to get data from the database. So it's not that huge load. And probably in the production scale, it would just cause out of memory on the database. So prefetch loads all versions, Python picks the latest, and we're still having JSON-B. So we're trying to pull our tag from the JSON-B. I will show you though one thing about our model. And no, I will not show that, sorry. So obvious solutions were there. We are past obvious solutions. So we need to get more inventive. But before we get more inventive, I want to make a small, literally 1 slide mention about Django signals. Because you might think that Django signals will be a solution. And probably in a lot of cases, they might be a solution. But there are 3 reasons why I didn't decide to use Django signals in the real scenario, and I think that there might be more. So first of all, post-save is silently skipped, meaning that if you do bulk create or bulk update, if that's deep in your application and you don't want to change that, bulk create and bulk update doesn't trigger signals. And two other cases, raw SQL doesn't trigger Django signals, of course, because it's living in Python, so why would raw SQL update anything? So any path that bypasses your Django would cause a data discrepancy, which is quite critical. And I will give you an even more live scenario that I wouldn't say that it's happening very often, but it happened in my both previous jobs, is that at some point a project manager comes to you and asks, okay, what if we use a no-code solution that we connect directly to our database? And then you're thinking about, okay, but then all of the signals, everything that's living in Django, it will immediately break because that's all of that is living in Python. And interesting fact, none of this project really happened, but there were a lot of conversations about it. But it's good to be prepared for situations like that. And Django signals is just one additional steps that makes it impossible for things like that. And there was one other scenario that actually I used to have a project where two different applications were connected directly into the same database. One was Django application, one was just some set of workers. And if we keep logic if we keep logic of how our data is structured inside Python and then agree that things will be connected directly into database, we're going to have a bad time. So that was a small disclaimer about Django signals. So round 3, trigger, and that's actually where we're getting to the main part of this presentation, because there is a thing called pgtrigger, and you can have triggers directly on your database. And it doesn't mean that you have to open your SQL query and that you have to type anything. And if you're trying to put that on all of your 10 environments, you need to log in into each of the environment and update anything or set up anything. Because all of the triggers can be set through Django migrations. So Django migrations can set everything for you. So let's take a look at the code. It's a short summary of how that trigger is declared on the model, but let's get back here. So I'm on the example 3.1. And it already looks quite interesting. So on our file, I get select related, which is already latest version of our object. And I just pull all of our latest versions. How does it look on the database? Each of our files, I know it's very small, but I will read that for you. Each of our files has a UUID and the latest version ID, which is a direct foreign key to the latest version of a given file. But how do we keep that up to date? Through Postgres triggers. So inside our model, I'm just in the meta tag, I'm declaring triggers. So there is a trigger called update file latest version, which is an insert operation on after. It's just some boilerplate, but it makes sense to take care about what you're putting here. And it runs a very, very simple function. Just it means whenever a new file version is added, because it is on the file version, update file and set the latest version ID to that new file version ID, where ID is matching the file ID. And that's it. Every time you save a new file version into the system, the latest version ID on the file will be immediately saved. And I promised to show you the migration. Inside the migration is just this part. So there is a pgtrigger migration at trigger, which adds a trigger. It was created automatically by make migrations, which just saves a new function that will be triggered under some hash. These will be, of course, available through Postgres as well. You can pull it in any point that you like. And it seems that it's better. So let's take a look at the live demo. And this time I will show you something. So I made like 1,000, I think 1,000 tags. So I will just pull the newer one. This is version 3, meaning that we're pulling the latest version, and it's working. So I got, I don't know how many, 3,000 items out of 1 million, and I get the current file versions of each. And let's take a look at the CLUG. So that's the query that I just run. And let's take a look at the SQL. And there's just one SQL. It's as simple as it can be. It's just where with one inner join on file versions, and that's it. So there is just one join to connect the file version UID, because that's what's being returned here, is the file version UID, which is related to the file. So one small join, everything works quite fast, I would say. 3 and 8 seconds. It's not perfect, but it's not tragic. It already starts working, and it's definitely better than version 2, which took 60 seconds. So you might think that it works and that we're done, but there are still problems. There are 2 problems for 1 win. Let's focus on positives first. So the win is that we no longer have this critical subquery. The trigger maintains the foreign key, and the join is simple. It's as simple as it can be. But the problem is that we don't have any index on the JSONB blob. Filtering is still messy, and files table is fully scanned to build the join hash. So it's still not perfect, and we can do better. And I would say in 90% of cases, you might be done. If you're just looking for the last message or things like this, probably you're done. But yeah, I intentionally build this JSONB structure, and I'm trying to filter to show sort of a different problem that can be solved by full denormalization. And it's an interesting case, and I wouldn't say it applies to a lot of solutions. And maybe NoSQL is what you need for this part of problems. It's a very high-level architecture decision, but if you're in a similar situation, it might be a solution. So I'm creating a new table, annotated file, because our file, let me show that in Postgres, our file version, and I know it's small, but I just wanted to make like an overview. It's just a set of a big data object, which has a big JSON, and everything is inside one JSON, so it causes problems. And instead, I'm creating a different table called annotated file, which separates the columns from the keys from that JSON into separate columns. So how does it look in Python? In here, I'm having an annotated file model, which keeps all of the keys that I could find that were common in my JSONB column, and these are totally separate database columns, and they will be a separate database columns. So what's going on with that structure? The next step is the upsert trigger and the gene index. So 2 small bits that finalize the picture. The triggers, you are already familiar with triggers. Our first trigger that we built, it was very simple. It just set the last version ID of the file into the last ID of the file version. This trigger is way more complex, but I will show that in a second. It inserts a new annotated file whenever a version is created. And there is a small gene index on the tags, because tags is a different column now in the annotated file, so why not to put a custom index on that? It will just work fine. So what's happening in the code? In the view, instead of getting file objects all, we get annotated file objects all. And actually that's it. in the list files, which filters by tags, we get filter by tags contains tag list, which is just split by commas from the params. And that's it. It's as simple as it can be on the view side. All of the logic is being put as much to the bottom as it's possible. The trigger is not beautiful, I admit. I don't love looking at this, but there are ways to put that nicer. You can put that in a separate SQL file that you read in here as a function to maintain better visibility. There are ways to improve that, but I didn't want to focus. I wanted to show you that in the ugliest way that it is, showing that it's not that bad. So what does this trigger do? It's an upsert on the annotated file. So whether you insert or update the file version, because we're still operating on the file version, you are triggering the upsert on the annotated file. So with some getting the latest file version, you insert into annotated file, and you select all of the data, you pull it in from the JSON-B, and you update the columns from that excluded data from the JSON-B. And it works. And one more small disclaimer is that if you implement a new trigger, you have to always remember about backfilling the historical data. Usually it's good to put that in the same migration as well, but if that's in the same migration, keep in mind that this migration can take time, especially at scale. And one more thing about index, under annotated file, I declared a new gene index on the tags, so just like that. And there is two more things that I wanted to show. And migrations, and okay, that's the first migration. So in the same Django migration, I'm creating the annotated file model, and I'm adding the trigger. And it looks like it's nice, but all the logic is here, but it's the same function that has been declared in the pgtrigger, and I'm adding an index on the annotated files on the tags column. And what can we achieve with this, you might ask? So let's get to the live demo. And I will show you, let's do another filter. And it's 1 million, so it's not immediate, but it's quite fast. And you get all of the data destructured. So randomly generated data, you have metadata that's coming from the metadata, probably still a JSON field on the annotated file, the list of the tags coming from here, the titles, descriptions, all of that, you already have the data unstructured. So to compare, if you want to have some kind of a grid view of your most recent file versions, if you're using version 3, you will still need to do those you will still need to unpack a lot of data through joins to get everything in here. And in version 4, you're just iterating over annotated table. So you're pulling data straight from the annotated table. And if you want to filter, sort, order, whatever you want to do, you do it directly on the denormalized data. And how does it look like? Let's refresh. So that's our request. Nearly 2 seconds overall, not more than 1 second on the query, considering it's 1 million row. It's not, it could be better, probably. There are solutions to make it better, but I wouldn't say it's bad. And the select, it's as simple select as it's possible without even looking into the fact that there is an audit of that file versions. So as simple as it can. So 0 joins, gene index for the filtering, and time improvement. Let's see, time improvement. Well, on the SQL, 4 to 5 times faster. So the final scoreboard under when it comes to the queries from the round 1, which is totally unacceptable, from the n+1 query, we got to 1 query, we got to 0 joins. Technically speaking, we didn't have joins on the round 1, but let's skip that part. You the logic lives in database, which is good. We are bulk safe, and times, which is interesting, on the 50K rows, which I've been testing, the version 1, the N+1 run for 6 seconds, with prefetch related less than 1 second, and round 3, the latest version, it was a bit faster than pulling the annotated files, just because annotated files had more data. But with scale, round 4, the annotated files, it's way faster. And the database does the work, so the API doesn't have to do that. Few takeaways, because we're at the end. 4 points that I made for that presentation, and fifth, an unofficial one that I want to put. So the first one is that measure first. If you're having a problem, find what tool you can use to measure what the problem is. Silk, we didn't use Silk when we were investigating the initial problem, but for these few rounds of investigation, it was really helpful for me to see what's the data. You can fix a lot in the ORM, but ORM has some limitations. I was using Ninja. Probably DRF will have even more problems with this situation, might have some more problems with these situations. I wouldn't trust too much into signals. I have some doubts about using signals, which I listed, and I think that signals makes your logic a bit more or less readable, and it's coming like from just trying to analyze the state of the app. They can be useful, of course. There are some cases where signals are great, but at least for business critical things like getting the last version of the file, I wouldn't use signals for that. And about the denormalization, of course, write complexity will be bigger. Seeding those 1 million rows, it took like 30-40 minutes at my local machine. So you're losing a time of saving but you're saving the time for reading. And it's always a trade-off. It's hard to have an instant save and instant read. That is a trade-off. For this situation, I'm assuming that you're saving information once, but you're reading it multiple times throughout the day. So it was a trade-off well worth. And that's it. And these are the takeaways. Oh, I promised the one unofficial. This more unofficial takeaway is to be creative when finding solutions for problems. Instant reaction when we spotted that one of the endpoints was really slowing down with some of the onboarding of new customers. Was that, okay, maybe these are indexes, maybe we need another prefetch related, maybe we're not prefetching everything. But we found out that actually that's not a problem. The problem was that those prefetches got quite huge, and we found a solution with pgtriggers, and it works. It worked immediately, and I think it's working up to this day. That's it when it comes to the presentation. Just one more slide is that actually I registered this presentation for EuroPython, which is happening in Cracow. I guess some people today might have a lightning talk about EuroPython, we'll see. But I might come before them and say that the community voting is opened still. I don't remember when is the deadline. Midnight today. Okay, so if you want to take part in the community voting, so what you want to hear about during EuroPython, you have time until midnight today. If you like that presentation, I would appreciate an upvote. If you didn't like the presentation, I'm open for any kind of feedback. Either now during the questions, we're sort of running out of time, but maybe we have time for one or two, or later, because I'm not leaving this place anytime soon. So that's it. I will open once again this slide, and thank you. And yeah, thank you. And are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kuba?
One quick question. This migration that you showed us, it is automatically created by Django,
Yeah.
or okay.
Yeah, it's just make migrations, just makes it immediately. That's why it was unformatted, because I forgot to run formatting there.
Any more questions for Kuba? We still have some time. Yeah, okay.
A couple of questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Admire the quality. It's quite nice. What is general so bad with the joins, if I may ask?
The problem with joins is that you quickly run into problem that you're joining too much. And the problem that we've had was that I think one of the deeper joins, it used another kind of calculation of getting the latest of X. And when your query joins with something, tries to order, then joins to some, but this ordering depends on another join that is trying to do an order at the bottom, you might find out that your complexity of the SQL query, it seems that it's fine because it's just making two simple joins, but there are some orderings at the bottom. And one-to-one joins, they are totally fine. They are not doing any calculation, but any kind of calculation, which is, for example, ordering, it is some computing power that you're going to use. And there are two drawbacks. Your query would run slower, and with a huge amount of traffic on the site, your database CPU will start raising up, and you will need to react.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Second part of the question, in which track you are on your Python? Because it's madness to find it, your presentation.
Web one, I think. I think it's called web or something like that. I don't know if Artur has arrived. I can't see with the slide. Probably not.
Artur has arrived, but he's back there, so...
Okay,
we'll
so I think it's a web development part of the track.
All right, any more questions for Kuba? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a quick reminder, we have a bar that's open in terms of just open for business, but also open in terms of open bar. Get it? Free as in free beer. Because right now we still have the tab that is the courtesy of Trail of Bits. So if you want to get something from the bar, it's a way of saying thank you for the people running this beautiful venue. They're very happy with us, and we kind of want to make them even more happy. So, and even like right now, it's free for you. So like there is no reason not to do it. We'll in just a moment we will set up for Łukasz, who will tell us about his Ikea Obegränsad display. Yeah, and then we'll have another talk by Oleg, and then it's pizza time. So see you in a bit. All right, welcome back. And now we'll welcome Łukasz, who will tell you a little about an Ikea display. Łukasz, take it away. Big round of applause for Łukasz, please.
So, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. So, first of all, this is collaborative work by myself, Gwynblade, who is actually doing the streaming right now, Krzysztof Jerzyna and Hacker Gronzo, which happened roughly at the end of last year. The whole story starts at the Ikea store that I visited around June, and what I found there was a display that was at a great bargain, as you can see, which could show some different animations. They weren't bad, but they weren't terrible either. So I decided to post the information about what I found to a friend of mine, and his answer was just, take it. So basically, well, that's what I did, as you can see. And also the one cool fact was that I got it even cheaper than it was earlier, because it was the one that was standing on the shelves, not as the I don't know what the English word for that, as demonstration only. So yeah, anyway, I wanted to take this to the CCC, the Chaos Communication Congress. What is it actually? That's and why? This is a congress that's happening in December of each year. It has been happening for 38 years, I think, right now. It's a huge conference that takes place in Leipzig, and it has around 15,000 people there. And one thing that's remarkable about it is that if you are in an organized group, you can get a table or 10 at something that's called an assembly. It's a huge place where everyone can take anything that they have, something fun, something interesting, something that shines lights or blasts music, and decorate your designated place with that. So that was my idea. When I saw the display, I was like, we should maybe try to hack into it, program it differently to display the things that we wanted to, and bring it to CCC. So that's basically our story about trying to make it work and trying to display the Bad Apple animation. What I did when I bought the display, I wanted to reverse engineer the everything that was in there, like how to blink the LEDs, what to do, how to communicate with them. But then I found that someone already did the thing for me, which was nice, and put it on GitHub. So there already was a great project doing this, which also contained all the information that I needed to make it work. So it showed what to solder, what to desolder, what to put together. The only thing that I needed was to buy an ESP32 microcontroller. That I did. So I ordered that and started working on this. It required me to pry open the case because and remove all the rivets, because it was hold tight by rivets, not screws. So it took me much more time than I care to admit. After that, oh yeah, you can see how it looks on the inside. The LED matrix here, it's composed of 4 matrices that are linked together. What I needed then was to desolder the original microcontroller and solder some additional wires to connect the ESP. At the bottom here you can see the original microcontroller still soldered. So yeah, I removed it, and then by the time I did that, I received my ESP32 by mail. So just one quick side note. Since I am not personnel YX, I guess I'm technically allowed to handle it. So I put everything together, insulated, as you can see, with great paint tape to make sure that there are no short circuits. And I brought it to CCC to show to my friends. But also, what exactly is the My Apple animation that I was talking about? Actually, who knows what who knows what Bad Apple is? Okay, way better than at Python Pizza. So the really short and incomplete story for the sake of this presentation. There was a guy who who was a musician and who started making video games that incorporated his music in those games. The whole group of games that he made is called the Toho project, and those games became popular in Japan. Really popular, actually. I don't know why they are not popular here, but yeah. Anyway, those were, I think, at least one was a bullet hell game, and one of those of the music tracks in that game, I think it was the 3rd or 4th level, not really important, but yeah, got a lot of praise from the community, and at some point, this musical track got a professional remake with a professional singer and music group, which made this track even more popular than it previously was. And at some point, a fan of the whole franchise uploaded to a forum, or I guess it was a forum, uploaded a small video clip with a storyboard, which is a lot of drawings showing a project, like basically that's what a storyboard is. A lot of images showcasing what could be done, an animation that could be done, and ended that with, "Someone please do this," the idea guy. So I'm just providing ideas and someone do the work for me, actually. But guess what? Someone actually did that. And it was really, really great. And it became, again, very popular because the resulting video had a catchy tune, had a really interesting animation that was comprised of only 2 colors, which made everything that was on the display very visible. And it became popular on the demo scene, where people did some animations and wanted needed something to show on their display or wherever they were, or whatever they were working on. As a result, you could find many different versions of Bad Apple. So, like here, you can see Bad Apple on Minecraft Sheep. You can see Bad Apple on Windows, on Rubik cubes, on 3D printed elements, on oscilloscopes. Bad Apple on bad apples, Bad Apple on good apples. It's everywhere. So basically, it's just like Doom, right? The game. So if you have something that can compute, you ask the question, can it run Doom? And this is basically the same thing. If you have something that can display in a remote fashion anything, you ask the question, can it display Bad Apple? So we wanted to display that Bad Apple animation on the Obegränsad display. So I started looking on YouTube. I found 2 videos, but as you can see, I don't know if can you see my mouse? Yeah. So basically, the question was how. No answer. On the other one, someone asked the question again, and basically the response was that it was more work than expected to get everything fast and consistent. And basically, that's it. Okay, so I guess we have to figure it out by ourselves. So we went to CCC and started and plugged everything together and started working on that. The display, like the firmware, the custom firmware that we loaded on it, has an animation editor, but drawing everything manually was kind of tiring. So we decided to use the REST API that's provided. We wrote a quick script based on the example that was available to put those frames onto the display. So as you can see, we quickly we use PIL for image analysis. We have those frames. It's like 6,000 frames, I guess, 6,000 images inside a folder that we just iterate through. We open a socket, we open the image, resize it, and we rotate it, but that's not really important. We put all the data, all the pixels to an array. We prepend that with a custom header, which was given to us in the example code, and we simply send it to the IP at a given port, and that's it. That's all that's needed to it. But the question is how to obtain those frames actually. How do we do that? So that's where Python comes in handy. Because you have the YTDLP program, which is written in Python, which can be used to download videos from YouTube and other places. Then once you have that YouTube video, you can use FFmpeg to convert it to those frames, and you can use Python as a sort of glue to make everything work. So with that being said, how did we actually do that? So we imported all the required imports, and we cloned a repository of someone who did the work for us and uploaded all the frames to GitHub already. So we tried that REST API, but it was kind of slow, and that was the original code. Do you see any possible improvements that could be done here? I see two, but we just did one back then. Yes?
You are computing the pixels after connecting to the socket. You are computing the pixels after connecting to the socket, so you could probably pre-compute them and have them already.
Yeah, that's okay. That's yet another way. There were lots of ways to do that, but actually the thing that gave us the biggest boost was was not creating and destroying a socket for every single frame. So yeah, we just put those the socket creation out of the loop, and it got faster already. So yeah, that was strange for us, but okay. So anyway, we started using that, but then something strange happened. Like, okay, I'm quite sure it's not supposed to be like that. The display crashed, stopped displaying everything, and started blinking. So what we did, we tried to decrease the size of animation. Debugging using printf, for example. So we just decrease the number of animations, the frames, to find out at which frame it crashes, and then we realized that it was at some frame that had many pixels that were lit, which simply required much power. So we had to switch to a different USB charger. And it crashed again, so we decreased the brightness because that's the simplest way. Remember, we are at a conference. There are talks that are happening right now, and we just don't really have time to do it correctly. But yeah, again, it crashed again. So we put we found the biggest, the beefiest charger that we had, and used that for now. We got artifacts, and after the fact, we figured out actually that the reason was that we were using that charger at the same time with a laptop, so it didn't like that. So it kind of worked fine, but I mean, it worked fine in the morning. But then with time, it started being slower and choppy and basically doing this thing. And we were wondering what was happening until we realized that, well, we are at a conference with 15,000 people. Everyone and their mother have their own access point that is shouting and sending packets everywhere. There are packets flying over our heads. And that's why we weren't able to have a consistent animation. Okay, so we decided to go back. I mean, we decided that using the UDP packet solution was not a real solution. So we decided to go back to the animation editor that we saw earlier because it had a way to export and import animations. So we quickly figured out the formats that needed to be used to feed it to the animation editor, and we quickly modified our code to basically just create a JSON here and just dump the JSON and save it to a file and then load it to the display. Okay, nothing's happening for some reason. So as earlier, we just started cutting off the end to see when it started working. But it still wouldn't work for some reason. But since it was working at the very beginning, so we knew that it had to be correct, we kept doing that until we got to like 10 or 12 frames, so half a second, and that's all that you could do with that animation editor. It turned out that basically, since it was on ESP32 and the way it was implemented, you couldn't pass too big of a buffer of data to the animation editor because otherwise it wasn't working.
Yeah, note that it was passed in a single packet, WebSocket packet, so that was why the ESP wasn't really handling that very well. Yes,
exactly, and because everything that was taking like, I don't know, 5 megabytes, and in total, something like that. So the person that just spoke wrote a quick patch for the firmware to add a new way of adding data, which was to just append data to an existing animation, so that we would just add a few frames, then add a few frames again, then add a few frames again. As long as we were able to fill in the whole animation this way, it was fine. So that's cool, but it only worked for around 200 frames and then stopped working again. Whew. Okay, we really want to go to the talks because they are cool, and instead we're stuck with the display. So we chose the atomic solution, which was to write our own plugin in C++ and simply, put all the data inside the firmware as a simple single header file, the one that you can see on the right. Those are the pixels that have to be lit and turned off. Let's be done with it. This time the compilation failed for some reason. Okay. Again, we do the same thing as usual. So we try fewer entries. We decided to ditch the grayscale version and just use either lit pixel or pixel that were unlit, which allowed us to use a bit vector. And it still worked, but well, it was better because it went up to 500 frames, which was a tenth of the whole animation. And I would love to tell you that we managed to somehow make it work in a better way, but we had to do it the NVIDIA way, implement our own DLSS, create fake frames, which is just, we were actually skipping every second frame, which allowed us to give, which gave us around 1,000 frames of the animation. The current state, yeah, that's what we have, and this is how it looks right now. We have a simple animation, part of the original animation. We tried a few other things, which was to use the run length encoding, which is when you instead of giving the value of the pixel, like turned on, turned off, turned on, turned off, we have encoded how many consecutive pixels will be turned on, and then how many consecutive pixels will be turned off, etc. But this didn't yield actually any meaningful results. We tried to only the coordinates of the pixels that change from between frames, but again, same problem. So what we want to do in the future is we want to either try to compress it with Z standard or XZ. May not work, but we may try. Try to store it in a separate section as data. Maybe that's possible. If you know ESP32 programming, hit me up. I'd be interested in knowing that. We could ditch the we could use real C++ arrays instead of a vector, because that's initialized in the runtime. And then if it starts working, we may finally start using aliasing, which is adding grayscale. But the problem with that for now is that we have only one display. There's 4 of us, so not sure how to work on that. Maybe try to use a webcam and stream the data between all of us. Yeah. So for now, that's the state. I hope to be able to come back and tell you how we finally put everything together. But yeah, this is where this presentation ends. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, just wait a minute. In the meantime, I mean, you will be able to ask questions. I hope you have some. I will show you the original version that was working in the morning when there were no packets flying around, and while it's going, then you will be able to ask your questions. Just give me a second. We need to switch to the picture plugin. Okay. And let's hope it works. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the great talk. I've got a question. So, because you said there were some compilation errors.
Yep.
Do you know what the errors actually were? Like, was that the binary was too big or something?
At this point, I don't really remember, but the problem was most probably because we were trying to
I do remember. Sorry, the voice of God you hearing sometimes on this display is me, Gwynblade. I'm also doing the streaming. That's why I'm not on the stage right now.
The man behind the curtain.
Yes, the problem was that the structure was too big to fit on the not stack.
The heap?
On the heap, yes, on the heap, because it was the structure that was being used by the original binary that we took inspiration from was using the heap under the hood, and it just didn't fit on ESP32 correctly.
So maybe that's why switching from vectors to
yeah, if you switch from a vector to an array, it will go into like read-only data section, but I guess it may get too big as well. But then if you have...
You don't know until you find, you try to...
Yeah, but another way you could do that is just append the data at the end of the file and just open the file, if you can do that on ESP, and read from the file bytes.
Like
if it would fit,
the firmware, you mean like the firmware?
Yeah,
like the drive.
Yeah, the blob or whatever you send there.
Yeah, maybe.
Thanks.
Right, I was about to say we only have time for very quick questions, but if you're friends with the narrator, I guess that you can just skip that. So that would be it in terms of our time, and we will, after a short break, we'll welcome Oleg on the stage. Thank you. Welcome back. We will now have Oleg, who will tell us a little about LLM tools orchestration with assembly on Python. So Oleg, take it away.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Yeah, thank you. So basically, this talk is supposed to be a lightning talk, but it very quickly escalated to the full-fledged presentation. So I hope it still be warm in the end of my talk. But yeah, let's see. So, and in the beginning, I would like to jump straight to the problem. So let's say we have prompt like that to LLM that says, check the snow coverage at each ski resort. And if you find one with snow, show the weather forecast for the upcoming week. And we have a tool that we implemented to return the weather and the snow status, whatever. So you can see there are kind of problems in this prompt. So first of all, we have each word that means basically a loop. And we have if statement, which basically means conditional. But we have only one tool in this case that returns the state of the weather for a resort. So yeah, if we take this prompt and if we take this tool and just call LLM, just pass this straight to the LLM, we can get the result like this. basically it will be one tool call to get the current weather of some random ski resort, or we can get the response like this. It depends on the mood of the LLM and LLM itself. So there is no if conditions, there is no loops, so problem kind of unsolved. So our goal in here is to have a tool, get weather, tool call, get weather, then some if statement, if snow is, like there is enough snow or not. If yes, we print some additional information like weather for the current week, and if no, we go to the next resort. And this is like execution plan with if statements and loops. What solutions we have here today for this kind of problems? So the most straightforward one is to basically get next tool call and make a lot of requests to LLM. So we make a request to LLM to get a tool call. It returns one tool call, like get weather. We feed that result back to the model. It generates us a next tool that should be called based on the condition that we provided in the prompt and stuff like that. And it's spinning around like in the loop. It makes round trips to LLM and generates a lot of requests with delays, and you pay for that. Another solution is to create your custom DSL, domain specific language. So let's say we defined inside our prompt, we defined a JSON that basically says, if there is a condition in the user prompt, then please define this condition somehow, like define true false and define what tool index to call. But this usually not working well. LLM hallucinating a lot. It starts define different format for the tool calls. It just makes things up. So this is not very reliable solution in general. Cloud Code come up with a programmatic tool calling approach. So basically, probably a month ago, they proposed a solution to generate a Python code that will orchestrate our tool calls. Basically, they just generate a Python code that initiates the tool calls in some specific way, some logic defined by the user prompt. And then they run this prompt, sorry, not the prompt, but the Python code inside the container. So they generated code, they executed this code inside the container, and they initiate tools through the API. Basically, it looks like that. This code is not produced by Cloud Code, it's just for demonstration purpose. But for this kind of problem, it may look like this. It's a for loop for each resort, and then we check weather. If there is some snow, we do weather forecasting for a week. This code will be executed inside the container or some isolated environment in case of Cloud Code, and it will initiate these tool calls like get weather, for example. So this approach has some kind of problems. So first of all, we run a Python code that generated by LLM. LLMs, it's considered to be unsafe. Even if we run this inside the container, there are still problems with security. Probably someday Disconnected will make a lot of talks about that, how to run LLM generated code in isolated environment and what problem it can like generate and stuff like that. So this approach may work, but not in all cases, especially in some secure environments, it could be a problem. What you can do, you can wrap a container inside gvisor, for example. That is basically a proxy for syscalls, or inside the VM. So this might work for some cases. but it also generates some problems. For example, it's hard to start VM. It takes some time to spin up the VM. You can try to use a Firecracker from AWS, I think, but still there are delays in this case if you run this on VMs. You still need network. The DNS tunneling could be still a problem from security side, and there are probably still like holes in that approach if you run whatever code generated by LLM. You can see the link, the Pydantic blog describe problems with running this kind of code on VMs and the isolated environment. You can check this out. They explain the problems quite well in this blog. So what we want, and we want to run orchestration and initialization of the tools in some isolated environment that is secure, without network, without file system calls, and then it should initiate our tools that defined by us, and in this case tools written by us, they supposed to be secure. Also another problem that that raised when you run in Python code is that Python code generated by LLM may provide object to the tool that can theoretically initiate security problem inside the tool that you defined. So the input can be constructed in the way that breaks your tool. So this is also the problem that would be nice to solve somehow. Pydantic team came up with the Monty. So the Monty is a library that's still in experimental stage. It's still in development. And the idea is that let's write Python interpreter editor on Rust and isolate a lot of stuff on Rust. So let's say we have LLM code like this. So LLM generated a Python code that trigger tools in some specific way. So Pydantic Monty project will take this code, will make AST3 based on the rough project probably, and convert it to the bytecode. Then you should also define types for your tools, like basically define a tool with the types, what input and what output you have, and you should define input object that you provide. Basically, it's like a type definition, the Python code. Then you create a Monty kind of application environment. You define your tool, in this case, call LLM. This is for official Pydantic repository. And then you initiate all of that in this way. So basically you provide some input data, you provide tools that you want to call, and Monty parsing all of this. It parsing the input, it parsing the external function you provide, it parsing like the type definition for external function, it parsing the LLM generated code, and it also needs to parse output. So the problem why it needs to do all of that is that in Python you can access, for example, OS module just by following object attributes. This is code generated by ChatGPT. By the way, probably you can do this even better in shorter chain. But yeah, if you have, for example, int value 1, you can go through this object attributes and have access to OS module that you can trigger to open file, whatever. So to prevent that, they take Python object, write it to the wrap this Python object to the Rust implementation. It basically looks like this for a dict object. They define some methods that are available. They define dict object itself, and everything else, these Python magic methods and different attributes that are not here, these attributes are not available for you to basically not trigger something bad. Basically, LLM shouldn't trigger something bad. Yeah. And the whole flow in case of Monty looks like this. They, like I said, they parse the LLM code, LLM generated code. They parse input and output, and they trying to basically emulate fully the Python runtime. Yeah. They need to implement each object, each Python object, like index, strings. They currently add built-in models like regex, like math model, like everything else, which is needed for basic functionality of Python. And they write in this in pure Rust to make sure that internally nothing bad triggered. So basically, it's a lot of work. Yeah, it's quite hard to make it right. And it's unknown when this experimental project will become a real production one. But yeah, I hope soon, but it's quite complicated to make it work. I mean, Python ecosystem probably seen harder things like Iron Python, like, I don't know, PyPI, when basically the whole Python is run by different executors, but this is also quite hard to make. So, like half a year ago, I come up with a different approach to that specific problem with the prompt, with prompting and orchestrating tool calls. It's available on GitHub. And the idea is basically like that. You have a prompt. From that prompt, you generate assembly code. That assembly code is emulated on Python. And that assembly code triggers tool calls. It implements if statements, conditional, and it implements loops. So if we back to our example, and let's say, check the snow coverage at 5 ski resorts, and if you find one with snow, show the weather forecast for the coming week. It generates the assembly code that describes all the execution plan with tools that needs to be triggered, and each and every assembly instruction is converted to length chain graph nodes. So each instruction become a part of like length chain graph that then feed it to length chain or length graph executor, and it starts to execute all this graph. And also managing the state between tool calls and managing like everything else what length chain does. So in more details, like let's say we have a Python code like that. It has 3 tools. Get ski resort, get snow coverage, and get and print weather. Then you defined length chain agent, providing a middleware that will generate the assembly code from your prompt. And you ask LLM to trigger these tools. Basically, you say, check the snow coverage at 5 ski resort, and if there is snow, show forecast. From that, we have this assembly code. So you can see, yeah, this code, a valid assembly code that basically emulated on Python. It checks, it asks for a ski resort name, then it passes ski resort to the snow coverage function that returns if there is snow or not. It checks if there is snow, it print the forecast. If it's if no snow, it skip print and back to the loop. And basically, it spins while we have ski resorts to process. Or like actually in this case it will iterate 5 times because there is a counter. Yeah, we ask 5 times. Yeah, so this assembly code, like I said, converted to the length chain graph and executed by length chain, but actually it can be triggered and executed from anything, from any framework or any tool you use for agents, because it's basically assembly emulator that triggers Python functions when needed. So basically you can use this with a Llama client without LangChain dependencies. Use cases. So why we need something like that? So a year ago, I started a side project of developing RPG game where you can control each unit with a prompt. The only way to move the unit, to do something with unit, is to ask this unit through the chat message. For example, this is example generated by ChatGPT. It's not the real footage from the game. But you can see, for example, the unit and the chat message to go somewhere. And if you see an enemy on the road, attack this enemy and run away. So these actions can be defined in the Python, in this case with LangChain. So it makes one step in some direction. It returns current position of the unit. It checks if enemies around, and it attacks enemy if there are some. So basically, when this kind of message sent to LLM to trigger unit actions and movement, it should it should make tool calls on each step and verify the state of the game on each state to make sure if on one step there are no enemies or if there are some attack and run. So in this case, it will trigger like 5 steps. On each step, it will trigger tool call that checks for enemy. And if there are some enemies, it will trigger a tool call to run back or to some other coordinates. So the cool thing about this is that we make only one request to LLM. We are not generating a lot of LLM requests. The one request that we send to LLM generates the full execution plan with all this logic for the unit that needs to be done based on the game state. And this thing is basically running on runtime, on Python runtime, depending on the game environment and situation. So basically, user asks unit to do something. This prompt sent to the model. We generate assembly that emulated and converted to LangChain graph, and all this logic is executed with tool calls that we defined. So, for example, in the case of that unit, you can define lang graph like that. You define your tools you want to call, and you ask to control NPC unit and do something. Then it generates a lot of assembly code. Like, for example, this part that checks the current position. If it's not 5.5, it goes to that direction. On each step, it checks the enemy, get enemies around call, and decides what to do based on this kind of situation, like if there are enemy or not. The one important thing that this code generated by GPT 20B on my local machine Llama with 60 GB GPU, and this is capable of generating such assembly logic even on very, very small models. I'm not talking about cloud code and stuff like that. It's GPT 20B, a very, very small model, and it's capable of generating this kind of execution plan very, very well for these kind of situations, use cases. Yeah, so this generated to the lang graph. It's hard to see because it's very, very long. There are a lot of steps, but you can see this in details on GitHub page in the example sections. So, yeah, so basically, this approach can be useful in many areas. For example, for robotics, where you don't have a time to ask LLM for something and you want to generate plan ahead and react on some environment changes. for code assistant, when you have a lot of control flows, if statements, for game AI, like I showed you with RTS and PC unit controls, and for automated workflows, basically when you need a very complex tool orchestration for some specific tasks. So basically everything what you need to do to execute tools in some control flow is to add middleware to your link chain, or basically ask assembly emulator to trigger tool calls if you're using anything else, and you will have this control flow for your tool calls. You can check this project on GitHub. You can write me on Twitter. Would appreciate some sharing of this project. It was published a few weeks ago, and still working on that, and now time to make it popular and public. So, and would appreciate feedback. If you're interested on this kind of stuff, feel free to reach me out, and we can work together on GitHub. Or if you're also interested on developing RTS game, you can also reach me out, and we can collaborate on doing that. It's just my side project which I'm doing for fun. So if you are in RTS development games, also welcome. That's it.
Thank you very much for this talk. Do we have any questions for Oleg? These go unexpected.
Test. Thanks for the great talk. So I was wondering, what kind of assembly dialect is this?
My custom one.
And because I saw there are registers like R1, R2, and so on.
Yes. So.
But I can see in the source code you mentioned EAX somewhere, so maybe that's like left over.
Yeah. So this is my custom one. Basically, when you ask to generate tool calls, like when you ask to trigger tool calls, I wrap your request in prompt with assembly kind of request. I ask in model, hey, can you generate assembly code for this kind of request from the user? And in this prompt, I'm also defining assembly rules to basically simplify emulation process, because sometimes LLM can hallucinate on assembly. So I strictly define some rules, like what operation you can use, how to call and trigger external tool calls. And also I decided to basically give LLM, I think, 1,000 R registers. So it can basically store whatever, like how many information as LLM wants in these registers. And also each register and stack itself, it's basically any type. You can put objects, digs, lists, strings, whatever. Basically, the result of your tool call will go as to the input of the next tool call based on the assembly logic. So you basically can define whatever type in each register and stack. Yeah, so it's custom one.
I have more questions, but I'm not sure if we have time. Do we?
If they're quick.
What if it generates an infinite loop?
It's limited. So I'm trying to, okay, whatever. So basically, when I'm emulating assembly, it checks how many instructions were executed, and it breaks if it's too much. You can set this limit as you want. But
my last question is, so because you generate assembly and then it's converted to a graph, right?
Yeah, tool and chain graph, yes.
Did you maybe benchmark it against some other tool calling things, like the one that is in Cloud Code or something?
Yeah, I didn't. But in general, you can use this with any agent, and you can use this with Cloud Code as well, because you ask to write assembly code, and then it's just an emulator.
So you are basically hooking it up. Yeah, thank you.
But if you mean like to compare this with the approach that Cloud Code demonstrated with programmatic tool calls and Python, this will be much faster because there is no network calls, no containers. It's just pure like Python runtime and function calls without network, whatever. So yeah, it will be much faster than this approach with writing Python code by Cloud Code.
Even if we, I mean, it will be even faster. It will be faster even if we are doing all this logic with like doing the graph and emulating the graph, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. Any more questions, Łukasz?
So you're using LLMs to generate the assembly code, as you said, and are you using? I mean, is it the only thing that? I mean,
yeah.
Are you using? Are you generating the whole code with the LLM, or some small parts that you then stitch together, for example, or do you have any pre-built assembly blocks that you then stitch together?
No, I just ask LLM to generate full assembly code. It does this quite well for tool calls orchestration. It may be like LLM maybe not the best in generating assembly call for some specific like programming tasks, like writing program, for example, on assembly. It probably will be hard for LLM. But when you ask call these functions with if statement and loops, it's pretty much easy job for LLM to generate such assembly code. And this is the cool part, that you don't need a full-fledged programming language like Python for if statement and loops. It's enough to use assembly. And I also did experimentation with SQL because SQL is also a way to define if and loops, and it also works well. So SQL and assembly is a middle ground between DSL, domain-specific language, and programming languages, and it fits in this area quite well. Yeah, and on this slide you can see basically we have tool calls. We define tool calls in the first line, and then after this Olama thing, you say emulate assembly based on the Olama output, and then basically for loop by tool calls that emulator produces, and that you need to call based on the logic. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much for your talk then. And we will now have a little longer break because the pizza is here. So you'll have a pizza break of approximately 30 minutes. We'll see you back here in half an hour. It's a great time to eat some pizza, network, get something from the bar, and we will be right back with the last talk from Janusz. Thank you. talk of the evening, after which we'll have lightning talks. Who wants to do a lightning talk? We have 3 and 4 in my memory, so that's 4. So that's good for now. I hope we will have even more people. And now we will have Janusz talking about how you own more than you think. So Janusz, take it away.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're not sleeping. The pizza was fine. We can go with this talk. It will be very technical, heavy talk. So, your minds need to be fresh. Okay. So, production goes down. Release is postponed. Everything is on fire. Users and customers are super angry. And not to mention the team that is under high pressure. I mean, the developers team. We've all been there. We all have seen this meme and sometimes laughed, sometimes cried to this meme. And this story will be quite similar. Actually, this will be a story like this, actually. So meet the crafters. Crafters are the developers team who, they create web application, which is running in the cloud on multiple instances. And some of these instances are canary instances. I hope it's visible. So this cloud setup is provisioned using the code. And in this code, in the repository, they have their own namespace where they have web server configuration, which they maintain. But also, this configuration is inheriting from the core web server configuration, which is maintained by the team they call the DevOps team. But for the time of this presentation, let's call them vtenders. So 2 weeks ago, the crafters have deployed to Canary a new version of their application, along with upgrading the operating system that runs this web application. Everything was fine until a week later, they started to see memory leaks. And this was still good enough because they had like 1 week after the planned release, but the release was already announced to the users and customers. So basically, they had to fix it within 1 week. And guess what? It took them exactly 1 week to fix it. And they finished the fix 2 hours before the planned release. So this was the moment when the canary was green again. Now, what happened? So in the instances, they have this web server configuration. And they noticed that in the new operating system, there's one particular configuration file that seems to be missing from the old one. So apparently, it was added with the upgrade of the system. And it was looking totally default. So when they noticed that this configuration actually was causing the memory leaks, they decided, OK, let's remove it. We'll align this with the old operating system. This will be fine. And they did it because even in their configuration repository, they found a feature flag to disable this particular part of the web server, this configuration. So they just disabled it, provisioned to the cloud the new configuration, and their canaries were green again. No memory leaks. Everything is fine. We are 1 hour to the deployment, and everything is great. No, they started getting lots of alerts about the whole production going down, except the canaries. So yeah, that was the moment when they were like, OK, let's call a meeting. And maybe we'll invite guys from the tenders, because maybe they can help us. So someone from the tenders team joins the meeting. And together they look at the issues. And they look on the change that was made. And this was the moment when the person from the tenders was like, you removed this configuration, but You know, this configuration is actually used in the old operating system, but we have it heavily customized, and it is spread across different configuration files. And yeah, it's maybe not visible, but it is there. And oh, by the way, you are deploying. It's new operating system coming up. We are not ready for that yet. I mean, we have images and everything, but it's not ready from the configuration perspective. All right. This was the moment when they were like, we need to do something about this. So basically what happened when they removed this configuration with switching the feature flag, they basically removed this configuration from the old operating system and the new one. So it fixed the new one, but actually it broke the old one because customization was such that it was mandatory, necessary dependency. So when they removed it, they removed the whole web server. OK, so the fix is easy because basically what they have to do is revert the changes on their repository, which they did. That brought back the configuration of the old operating system, and yay, production is up. But canaries are leaking memory again. And they are 15 minutes to their planned release. What can go wrong? So yeah, basically they had to postpone the release. They had to delay it. Business wasn't happy about this, but let's leave it for now. Since they were on the call together on the meeting, they were like, okay, let's dig deeper and see what really happened. So they checked the code, and together with the person from the tenders, they noticed that a week earlier, there was one change that was made by the tenders to upgrade actually this particular config. And because the tenders were not aware that the new operating system is coming up to the production, well, they weren't looking into this. And when they noticed that there are some memory leaks, these were not in the web server, but the application services. So basically, it was like, OK, this is the crafters' work to do. They have to do something about the memory leak. So they filed a ticket for the crafters. And crafters worked on this, going back and forth over the ticket with the comments, sometimes asking even tenders about some stuff, but the tenders were super busy guys. So basically, they were responding with a 24 hours delay, and you know the rest of the story. So basically, what happened here was that the tenders were not aware of the new operating system coming up because the crafters wanted to use it, and the crafters had no idea that this configuration was updated, and it was mandatory, in fact. But yeah, basically the company was like, okay, now we have, DevOps team, so basically we can do automation, we can monitor stuff, and basically we are reliable, so nothing will go wrong now. Except, you see, things happen. So my name is Janusz, but usually around here I go by the nickname Ivelios. And on the daily basis, I'm working with Python. But also for over a decade, I'm organizing DevOps days in Poland. And I've heard plenty of stories like this during the last 10 years or so, a little bit more. And they were all similar. So the DevOps was created first because of the issue. The issue was that there were these developer teams, there were operations teams which were running the software in the production or in some other environments. And whenever developers wanted to communicate with operations, they had to do this through some communication channel, which was not easy to use. And it worked both ways. So basically, when developers wanted to do something with the production, they had to go through the operations, and operations never knew what they are really running. And this is how the silos were created. We call them the silos. And every time they were like filing tickets, going over the comments, and so on. And this is something we call even dropping something over the wall. So at some point, let's say around 2008, someone wise decided like, there's an idea. How about we create something like DevOps? So it will be a connection of these two words. Let's connect them. The idea was good, but the problem was that most companies didn't understood it properly. And instead of connecting these teams, they created third team. And that way they created third silo. So now developers are throwing stuff over the wall to DevOps team. Sometimes DevOps team is throwing further to the Ops team or infra team or whatever you call it, and back and forth. So what the companies did with creating DevOps teams, they also indirectly told into their organizations something like, it was indirect message, like, these are the guys that do DevOps, you know, automation, monitoring, yada, yada, yada. And they do this so that we can adopt DevOps. And you don't have to worry about this, basically. This will be super automated. But that's not true. Instead, they should have adopted DevOps by changing the mindset of the people in the whole organization. So across the organization, everyone should adopt the DevOps mindset. Now, at this point, the question naturally comes, how? So quite quickly after coining the term DevOps, there was a word, or rather acronym, that followed, which was CALMS, or in the first form, it was CAMS. Which is like list of 5 words, and these are the pillars upon which the DevOps is being adopted. And companies usually are good at doing the automation, following the lean processes, and doing monitoring. These are like very obvious stuff. But sometimes, or rather many times, companies forget about 2 other pillars, which are cultural shift and sharing. Because, you know, sometimes it's like, sometimes you don't want to see the 2 pillars, or sometimes you look at the 2 pillars and you think about different things. So over the years, it was misunderstood. And in the recent years, we got something else also, some other framework, which is called the DORA core model. And DORA core model, let's focus on the first part, which is capabilities catalog. Basically, in this catalog, you will find all the things that were under these 5 pillars of CALMS framework, but they are a little bit more detailed. And these are set of the abstract guidelines of how you should adopt DevOps in your organization. And yeah, companies usually do stuff like continuous integration, deployment automation, automated testing, stuff like that. But they usually omit stuff like generative cultural organizational culture. So let's look into this one. When we read through this capability on the DORA website, we'll see there are 6 guides, 6 things that we should implement. And we'll focus on few of them regarding the example I gave you at the beginning of this talk. First one is high cooperation, which is basically about creating cross-functional teams, which means on the team, you should have developers, you should have engineering managers, project managers, QAs, BAs, but also cloud engineers, system engineers, even security experts. Because if you have them on one team, they can start sharing the risk. They can together work on the quality of the code, quality of the product or value they deliver. They can start working together to have better security and more reliable software running in production. And the third part here is about bringing down the bridges, because when you have cross-functional team, people start to work together. They are on the, if they use daily stand-ups, they can do dailies together. They do kickoffs together. So when you look at the issue we had in our example, you know, guys from the DevOps team, if they knew from the very beginning that crafters are trying to upgrade the system, maybe they would be like, oh, wait, we need to prepare that first. So kickoffs would be done also together. And this is actually breaking down the silos, because now on one team you have people who have different approach, different perspective on the value that they deliver as a team. And having this different perspective gives them better awareness of what's going on with this value that they deliver, and how it is built, how it is developed, but also how it operates in the production. And that leads us to another part that they start to do together on the team, which is the famous DevOps infinite loop, which is basically a loop of the process that the teams should go over when working on delivering the value. And this loop is divided into stages. And companies usually look at these stages and they're like, okay, let's have a team for improving deployments, or let's have a team that will work on faster releases. And they are actually splitting the responsibility instead of sharing it, because when one team will be working on this process together, the people within this team will be sharing this responsibility of working on the process. And when they share it, you know, it's one of the pillars of DevOps. When they share it together, they start to talk to each other, and they're like, okay, maybe we can improve this or that. Maybe we can do faster this stuff. Or maybe we are blocked on something here. Or maybe we can connect these stages together somehow. So they start to work together on this process, and in the end, they are working on accelerating this value delivery on this loop. And actually, this is what DevOps is about accelerating the value delivery. So basically, how fast can we go? How often can we deploy? How often we can release? Can we experiment? Can we roll back stuff and the like and the like? And when they start working on this process together, they start to feel that the value that they deliver is under their control as a team. And this is how they start to build naturally the ownership over the value, over the product, but also over the process. And this ownership is not enforced by the company, like, since today, this is your ownership, this is your responsibility to do this. No, it comes naturally for the team. Working together and having this ownership helps build and helps implement the capabilities from this catalog on DORA core model. And when company will build organization with full awareness of what DevOps is, this mindset, and when they will implement all the parts, not just the automation stuff or maybe just monitoring, with these capabilities, the better performance will come. They can use these metrics that DORA provides to check how better their software is being delivered. And as the result, they will see the outcomes, which is not only better value for the customers, but also healthier organization and better well-being of the people working on the teams, because they are not frustrated of the things like, I have to now throw this ticket away to some DevOps team and wait for them. No, I have my buddy here on the team that I can ask about this stuff. And often when people hear about the teams like this, they are thinking rather, okay, So now I have to know Terraform. Now I have to know, I don't know, Chef, Puppet, Ansible, whatever. I was just a developer doing Python. So now everyone on my team needs to know everything, because now we don't just create the software, we have to run it, we have to maintain everything. So that's not true. On contrary, it's completely the opposite way. The team, everyone on the team needs to have a general knowledge of how the process goes, but this process is under the team's control, so basically the team knows how it works. They need to know how the stages connect, what technology we are using, yes. They can work on some parts of these stages because they want to help, because maybe they have some knowledge, and maybe it goes even beyond their regular responsibilities, but yeah, they can do this too. But there will be still people who are experts in their areas. There will be people like system engineers or cloud engineers. There will be security experts. There will be developers. And even, let's say, designers, like GUI designers, right? So it's not like now everyone needs to do design. So the takeaway from this will be rather not that you have to know everything on such team. It's rather that the team as a whole needs to know everything. They have to have full view of the value that they deliver, how they deliver, and having this in place, they can avoid disasters like we've seen today. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks to Janusz for this great talk. And do we have any questions for Janusz?
I see.
Okay.
Hi, my question is, when we have, as you said, developers, designer, security engineer, cloud specialist on one team, and there's one planning meeting and stand-ups together, like I imagine the security engineer and cloud person would be bored for the most part because there's no always changes in infrastructure.
There's not always change in the infrastructure, but they need to be there to be aware of what's going on. And you know, because it's like when you look at the at how sometimes teams are organized, there are these DevOps teams that, let's say, prepare the platform for the teams, and then the developers need to create, let's say, Kubernetes deployment files. So basically, this is the moment where this is where the person that is more into infrastructure can work together with the team doing this, creating these deployment files, let's say.
Yeah, but at some point we have CI/CD pipeline, which does this automatically. Mm-hmm. And if nothing changes in infrastructure, the cloud person has nothing to do.
Yes. So the thing is, it all depends on the size of the organization that you have and the way the teams are organized. Because another thing that is like beyond the scope of this talk is that you can organize teams differently. And a great position, like the book on that, is Team Topologies, which can show you how you can build the teams, developer teams. And actually, in this case, you will have teams which are called enabling teams. And these are people who are joining as consultants the teams of developers and others who are working on the value stream. So they are more like consultants coming in and going out, but they are on the crucial moments for the team. So it's not like they are just preparing some stuff on the infrastructure and leaving it alone and let the developers do whatever they want.
So they are kind of jumping between teams, but they're kind of part of the team, not separate department. Yes,
because it's not only about building the team, because the team should be self-contained and fully aware of what's going on with their value, but at the same time, we need to also take care about sharing the knowledge across the organization, so between the teams. And these people can also jump between the teams to be aware of what's going on different teams too. So it's not like they have to do this like full time on one team.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions for Janusz? Oh, there we go.
So it won't be a question, but some thoughts. One disclaimer at the beginning: I'm a DevOps guy and infra, so maybe I'm from opposite side of the city. But I believe that you made one assumption at the beginning, yeah. Because the first thing, it's my experience. It's not set in stone. It's just my experience. You first need to introduce a no-blame culture to the organization, and then on this foundation you can build the rest. This silo, dismantling and things like those. And the second one, if you can go to the infinite loop of this, it was previous page. Oh yeah, there is observability or monitoring in your case. There is there is no fruit in the garden. It's called SRE. So yeah, sometimes organization create a separate team for DevOps, but they started to create the SRE. It's basically for monitoring, something between the monitoring and operating. So it's the same issue like with the DevOps. You are the part of the team or you are separate. So it could be an issue. Yeah.
I would say to the second part, I would say that SRE is not standing like. It's not going against these rules, because actually from the very beginning when SRE was created, that actually, if I recall correctly, it was created by Google. Google even said that this is the implementation of DevOps. So basically DevOps as an abstraction was the concept that is being implemented by different people, different roles. It's not a role itself, it's being implemented by different roles. And they needed this kind of role, which is dedicated to monitoring and operations, and they called it SRE. But it doesn't mean that SRE cannot also be part of the team.
Yeah, that's assumption and idea. Yeah, but I saw some implementation that it was a separate firm, separate team only for. It's the same problem like with the DevOps. Yeah, you can do this in many ways. Some of them are productive, some not. Yeah.
Yes, but I would say cultural shift as a whole for DevOps is one of the very main foundations for actually implementing DevOps in your organization. Because the thing is, companies started to do automation and monitoring without the cultural shift. And as you can see, if you do this cultural shift, the team itself starts to build up on it with the automation. Like, we can now talk to each other on the team and we can decide, okay, we can automate this stuff or that stuff. We can speed up things that way. Not the opposite way, like create the separate team that creates this automation, and now we will enforce every developer's team to do this. I mean, organically over time, some best practices in the company may come up to every team, like spread around, but still it will be more to the team to align to their best local practices, what works for them.
I'm definitely on the same page, so you don't.
And going back to the blameless culture, actually, it's one of the generative organizational culture points in here. It's about trained messengers, so people who can come always with when they see some trouble, and they will not be blamed for, don't kill the messenger. And failures leading to inquiry, which is basically known as the postmortems. So these things happen in companies, but it's not always seen as this part of the bigger change that you should do, like the cultural shift.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you and great talk.
Okay.
Do we have any more questions for Janusz?
Almost out of time.
All right, then thanks a lot, Janusz.
Thanks.
And now we'll have a session of lightning talks. So just to remind you, anyone can have a talk about anything, preferably technical, but doesn't have to be. We've had lightning talks about brewing tea before. So if you have any topic you want to elaborate on, you have 5 minutes, and that's usually the we won't catch you off after 5 minutes. The HDMI cord isn't going away, but keep it at 5 minutes. You get the HDMI cord and the microphone, and you can speak about anything the heart desires. So who wants to do a lightning talk today? I've seen a couple of people already, but like raise your hands again. Awesome. Okay. So we'll have disconnected first, and then we'll go with whoever wants to do next.
Test. Można puścić.
Right, round of applause.
Yeah, so I'm disconnected, and as I said on the welcome, Trail of Bits is sponsoring this session, so I want to say a few words. As I said, we are an auditing company. We also do a lot of research in the security space. So you can find us on our website. We also have a blog where we post a lot of research-related topics. You can even find us actually contributing to, I don't know, some Python cryptographic projects and other stuff. But we also have 2 repositories that are public on GitHub. One is called Skills, and the other one is Skills Curated. And those are skills for Cloud Code. So we have our own like skills marketplace that you can use, and you can basically use this command plugin marketplace add Trail of Bits skills, as you can see here. And we have plenty of skills. Well, the skills repo is for security auditing stuff because, well, we are a security company. So you can find here a lot of code auditing stuff. Like, I don't know, if you are dealing with smart contract security, you can do some kind of like entry point analyzer, or for normal security stuff, you can have a skill where you can find out about the insecure defaults in your projects and so on. So we have plenty of stuff here. We also have this skills curated repo, which actually contains like some of the skills that are not ours, but external, that we find interesting. So you may look through this and you may find some of those interesting. For example, I believe, yeah, we have a modern Python skill, for example, that helps you, for example, set up your project with some modern Python tooling, best practices. So like using UV, RAF, and PyTest, for example. So I don't know, you can launch Cloud in a even in an empty directory. I think this is empty, or maybe not. Maybe this one is not. I can probably delete everything here. And I can tell Cloud, for example, after I have, of course, installed the plugin, so we can see it here, it's installed, the modern Python plugin, right? And I can tell it to set up this project with modern Python. Well, we have no project here, so it may ask me about the project and so on. Another interesting thing is that if you see this here, this is like the stuff that I had at the bottom. Let me just click enter. This one. This is whatever. This is like a shell line, or I don't remember the name of it in Cloud, but basically you can set up some kind of line that will be written here, and you can have here whatever you want. So for example, we have our accounting for the model that you can see here, and if there are some lines that are changed, it will update itself according to the Git stuff that is being according to Git status, basically. So I can see that, we have 47 new lines added and so on. And by the way, if you didn't know, Cloud also have this, I will just interrupt this for now because I don't want it to continue. Cloud has this also this feature where you can just hit escape on your session and you can restore to some like before a given point. So for example, I told it to implement the following plan at some point, and if I now restore to this place, I can tell it to restore either the conversation or the code. There are no code changes here to be restored because I believe I removed all the code, so it cannot really restore it right now. Because before this session, I didn't have any code here as well. But basically, you can restore to a given point, and it will restore any changes that Cloud Code did. So if there was some kind of tool invocation like UV sync that like creates a log file and like virtual environment, those won't be restored. Only the code that Cloud Code itself changes. Yeah, and since we are a security company, we are dealing with a lot of basically code of our customers, and a lot of this is, well, we trust our customers, right? But we do not know if what they pull into the repositories is safe or not. So for example, here I have a case where I cloned a Cloud Pwn repository. I will go to this repo, and now if I launch Cloud, it asks me, it has this question, this trust dialog, workspace trust. VS Code has the same thing. But now I hit enter, and I don't know, I exit this stuff. And by the way, I will just launch here some netcat. But if I exit this session now, it basically triggered some malicious code from this repository. Because, well, I set up this repository, so there is like this CLUG directory with settings that will basically invoke this command, and it will send all my environment variables to this URL. And this is something you can have committed to a Git repository with a hook for the CLUG, for example, when the session ends, to execute the command. So this is something malicious you may find out when cloning repos and you are launching CLUG in repos. So you definitely don't want this to break your system or steal some stuff from you, like environment variables, right? I don't have any keys here, but I could have. So what can we do with that? First of all, CLUG itself has a sandbox, which does not help at all with this, actually. But if you enable this sandbox, you have this /sandbox option, so you can, for example, do sandbox bash tool with auto-allow or with some regular permissions, and you have multiple different configuration settings for that. You can, for example, remove networking for those bash tools. The problem is this sandbox works for the bash tool, which means that if CLUG is executing a bash tool, so like some tool from the bash, it will be sandbox with the policy that will be set up here. If not, then not. So for example, like reading files with a read file tool that CLUG has built in will not really account for this policy. And if you go to the documentation as well, they have this information somewhere below that CLUG code includes an intentional escape hatch mechanism that allows command to run outside the sandbox when necessary. When is it necessary? Well, when CLUG thinks so. Good luck. Yeah. So this is a bit problematic. So instead, there are a couple of solutions. First of all, you can just run CLUG inside of a VM or a container, right? But then you need to set up a VM or a container, and it may not be nice. It may not have your own tools. It may not have CLUG itself with your keys and so on. So first of all, Microsoft has this thing called dev containers, like integrated with Visual Studio Code. But this is a command line tool that you can use. And so there is like a CLI for using it. And we extended it with our own image. And we call it CLUG code dev container. So it's a public project where, well, if you have a Docker installed, you can use it. So for example, here, if I go out of it, here is Pwn debug. This is a project I work on. So I can do dev-c and then shell, for example. Well, there is a command line for it. So the dev-c is our command. And if I do shell here, it goes into a Docker container, which has some tools installed, like Cloud Code. And now I can use CLUG in a YOLO mode, even. So for example, I can use it in, CLUG dangerously skip permissions. I think this is the default, but so because in this mode, CLUG will not ask me about stuff. It will just execute whatever it wants to execute when I ask it to do something, right? So if it wants to remove the whole file system, it will do so. I will not type enter right now, but we can do it later. What I also wanted to show you that this is not that perfect. Well, so this will limit what CLUG can do to you, right? So CLUG will not be able to remove your file system or steal your secrets from the host. The problem is if you use it with VS Code, if I reopen this project with VS Code, so I do code and dot in this directory, I have this dev container plugin, so it shows up with this pop-up. I can reopen in container. If it would disappear, I could still do it. So now this project is launched in the container. I mean, the VS Code session is like there is some connection between my local VS Code and some VS Code server inside of this container. This container that I launched with our Cloud Code dev container stuff. So the problem is, if I run a terminal here, how do I run a terminal here? Terminal. Well, maybe here, new terminal. It will run the terminal within the container. The problem is, VS Code, if you don't have some kind of Git credentials helper, it will forward your SSH authorization socket into the container, which means that if you have some SSH connections you can trigger from your host, you can trigger them from your container as well. And I can show you this in a second. I did it on the host SSH because I need the IP address of our server. But if I now do this, in here, I'm also logged in without any authentication because the SSH socket was forwarded by VS Code. Which means, if there would be some malicious code running in here, this malicious code could also do this. Of course, it would need to know that the SSH is possible, but basically there is this SSH authorization socket. So this is still not that perfect. We will probably improve on that. But yeah, if you think of any other escapes, we would be interested to see them. And also, as I said, we have those skills, so please look through them and look through our blog post. And yeah, thank you. That was all. Test.
Test. Thank you, Disconnect. Hell yeah. Thank you, Disconnected, for this lightning talk, and we will have Kuba next. Okay. Right, so a round of applause for Kuba as well.
So I got a very interesting question from Shimon after my presentation. How much slower does inserts run if you have triggers? And I found out something really interesting, and this is only an intro. It's something probably for a way bigger conversation, because what I found out is that with the setup that I will remind very quickly, we have two triggers. One trigger updates the last version ID on the file, and another one upserts the annotated file, which is a totally separate table. And I run a benchmark on 10,000 files, something like that. And I found out that with one trigger only, it's like plus 30%. With another trigger only, it's plus 40% of the time compared to no triggers. But with both, it's 5 times slower. And apparently, with both triggers on, we have plus 400% overhead when doing any insert into file version into the system. It's all very tightly related to the presentation that I've had recently. So if you couldn't listen to that, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's very related. I will share all of that on the Discord as well. So I was trying for the last hour to find out what really causes this issue that this overhead of 2 triggers running simultaneously is makes inserts 5 times slower, which 30% slower is already significant, but well, it's just an insert, which is a single action. But 5 times slower inserts, it might cause problems. So I started reading into that, and I found out a few interesting things. So there is a multi-version concurrency, I forgot the last C in that statement, thing in Postgres. So whenever you try in one transaction to modify a single result, single row multiple times, there is a built-in process in Postgres that tries to control that, and it creates a tuples of where data is physically stored and what kind of version of that data is. It's quite an interesting thing to read. So I'm just doing a very short intro and a highlight. And basically what can happen is that whenever you try to do multiple inserts in one transaction, it saves that tuples which contains a link to the next tuple until they found a live tuple. And because for each file I was adding 5 file versions, 4 of them were dead, and that might have caused a lot of chaining and a lot of dead updates because they were not relevant. It was only the last update that was relevant to put the last version ID, and all of that was happening within one transaction. And this chain keeps growing, and that's one of the theories that I've had. And one more interesting fact that I found is actually if you have multiple triggers happening at the same time, it was really surprising for me, but the order of this is alphabetical. So Postgres takes a look at triggers in the alphabetical order. If you want to change the order, you need to rename trigger. It's really surprising. I didn't expect it to work this way, but apparently it is. It's part of the documentation. And even though I renamed those triggers, it didn't really help. It should have helped, but it didn't. So I'm still trying to find out what's the root cause of 5 times slower save, but there are a few takeaways that I have here. First of all, individual benchmarks lie. One trigger was adding plus 30%, other trigger was adding plus 40%. Both of them added 500% of the insert time. So don't trust too heavily into individual benchmarks. It is worth to read about this MVCC chain traversal if you're working in that area. I will definitely, because maybe I'll run into some more serious results around that. This alphabetical order is surprising, but apparently it is what it is. And I'm still not sure if that's a root cause. And I've run one more benchmark, and I found that majority, like 90% of the time from the PG stats, 90% of the time of this seeding was just inserts into file version. So it was not annotating. So it looks like some kind of clash was happening there. And basically, just to wrap it up, it is some kind of clash because I'm updating the same object that I'm reading within another trigger. So since I'm already running out of time, something to think about it. If someone has any idea, feel free to catch me. I'm happy to read, and maybe there will be a presentation to that thread. So thanks.
Thank you, Kuba. Who has lightning talks still? So come on over. Yeah. HDMI potrzebujesz? To tam leży. Mikrofon do ręki czy na głowę? Do głowy.
Może być na głowę.
Dobra. Proszę bardzo. Już jest chyba włączony, tylko jest wyciszony, więc możesz go tylko zapiąć sobie tak. Pierwszy raz lightning talk, czy to tu masz podgląd, co widzi projektor? Więc jakbyś robił sobie 2 ekrany, to tu jest ten drugi. Dobra. I masz też timer na dole. Odwrotny mikrofon. Tak, w tę stronę. Dobra.
Kabel.
Tutaj leży na ziemi. Tak.
Dobra.
Right. Big round of applause for Grzesiek.
Pozwolę sobie mówić po polsku, bo jest to mój pierwszy lightning talk i nie chciałbym, żeby to wyszło możliwie jak najlepiej. Więc mówiąc szybko, z racji, że to jest lightning talk, chciałbym się podzielić takim niezbyt przyjemnym doświadczeniem, gdzie dodanie dość prostego pola w Django spowodowało chwilową przerwę w produkcji. Więc przechodząc do sedna, wyobraźmy sobie taką sytuację, że mamy jedną tabelę, która ma kilka milionów rekordów i dodajemy po prostu najzwyklejszy positive integer field i on, używając do tego integer choices, więc nie jest tutaj nic szczególnie specjalnego i patrząc od strony kodu nie powinno to nic jakoś szczególnie przeszkadzać, więc po prostu lecimy dalej, leci CR-ka, jest wszystko ok, ale okazuje się, że jednak coś poszło nie tak i podczas migracji poleciały 500, poleciały timeouty, więc co mogłoby pójść nie tak, ale no niestety poszło i dostało się to ten niezbyt przyjemny batch, którym złamało się produkcję. Więc co poszło nie tak? Dlaczego tak się stało? Wejdźmy na pierwszy moment, który tutaj trzeba popatrzeć, to co wyprodukowała nasza migracja. Tak dokładnie od strony już tutaj SQL-a. No i mamy tutaj prosty alter z defaultem. Jeszcze tutaj jest trochę starszy kod, ponieważ Django najpierw dodaje default, potem go dropuje, bo używałem tutaj zwykłego defaulta, nie DB defaulta. Ale mamy tutaj coś takiego jak check i ten check jest tutaj dość ważny. Dlaczego? Ponieważ jak mówi też dokumentacja Postgresa, dodanie takiego checka powoduje, że skanuje całą tabelkę, a skanowanie takiej całej tabelki jest dość time consuming i można użyć takiej anotacji, takiej wersji jak not valid, która ominie nam to skanowanie całej tabelki, nawet jeżeli dodajemy nową kolumnę. Więc jak możemy to naprawić tutaj od strony kodu? Możemy sobie dodać coś taki check i dodajemy na końcu tego DDL-a not valid. I to robimy to w pierwszej transakcji, i potem w drugiej transakcji robimy sobie validate'a. Dzięki temu Postgres nie powoduje skanowania całej tabelki, a skanowanie całej tabelki przy alterze blokuje nam ją całkowicie. Przenosimy sobie to do innego rodzaju skanowania, czy przy tym validate constraint, które nie jest takie bardzo obciążające, nie powoduje takiego dużego locka. No i możemy przede wszystkim mieć inserty, selecty, nie mamy to zablokowane. Tak to wyglądałoby od strony już nawet Django. Dodajemy sobie migrację, w której dodajemy nasze pole i mamy tutaj coś takiego jak add constraint not valid, ponieważ nawet i Django ma to wsparcie do tej opcji i potem w kolejnej migracji sobie ten constraint validujemy. I to tak naprawdę tyle. Taka mała pierdoła, ale jednak produkcja mnie lubi. Tak więc tyle ode mnie.
All right, who else do we have for a lightning talk? It can be in Polish, I forgot to mention. It can be in Polish and can be in English. Szymon is coming, so I assume that's for this, right? Or are you just coming here for an unrelated reason, just to like tease me? Just to talk with me? Okay, hi. Hi. So I assume Szymon is next then? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Co za...
All right, big round of applause for Szymon.
Okay. Actually, Piotrek, you can double the timer because I have 2 lightning talks. Thanks to Janusz. Okay, first one, pre-commit. Who uses pre-commit? Not many people. Okay, so why you should use pre-commit? Because it allows you to configure in your project some standards that will run some hooks before every commit. So it's basically a way to always run your formatting, linting, migrations, dependency logs, whatever you can imagine. So it keeps the lead of code quality in your project. So no one can commit anything bad, in theory. So the config file is pretty simple, it's just YAML. One maybe interesting things I do often is that I use language system for those who use pre-commit. So it doesn't use hooks downloaded from somewhere, like above with pre-commit hooks, but it runs UV, in this case, with rough format locally based on my virtual env. But there is something wrong with this approach. First, it's annoying because it's slow, because it's run all hooks sequentially, and each hook waits for the previous one to finish. And even if the first hook fails, by default it continues with another's. So imagine a situation that your production burns, your manager yells at you, and you try to commit the fix, but you cannot because you fix the linting errors. The second problem is with monorepos. When you have project that is a Python project, you have nice setup of only Python-related hooks. But then imagine you add Django up to your project, so you configure a hook that is Django specific, but it's in the subdirectory. So yeah, now you need to hack precommit into running command, changing the working directory, and running make migrations check inside another directory. And you also need to add filter, so it doesn't run every time, but only when you change the something in your Django app. Then you decide that you add frontend to your application, and you configure frontend related hooks. So again, you need to add filters based on the files you changed, and also because your config of your auto formatters or linters live in the front-end subdirectory, but precommit runs in your root repository working directory, so this config is basically not taken into account. So the solution for that is prec, which is Rust port of precommit, and I prepared a migration guide for you. That's it. So basically it has compatible interface, CLI interface with precommit, but I would suggest to make some change to the config file and set priority. Priority basically lets you run hook concurrently when the priority of a hook is of the same value. So in case, I need to refresh. No, it's running. So I have 3 hooks, sleep 5 seconds, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds. And as you can see, all the hooks were run concurrently, and the total time was 5 seconds. So it's a some gain. And with monorepos, prec supports splitting your precommit config file and placing them into a relevant subdirectory. So only if that subdirectory changes, hooks in this directory run. And also it runs in the context of the subdirectory as a working directory. So you don't have to hack with some custom shell commands. And there is some more. It has nicer interface. It has a command for listing all the hooks. It uses UV by default to install all the hooks. And my favorite, I think, is that it allows you to run all the hooks on a subdirectory. Precommit allows you only to run on specific files. So TLDR, install prec globally once, then install prec instead of precommit in each project, and configure priority to run your hooks in parallel, and profit. And the second talk, I promise it will be faster. If I can switch. Okay. Some time ago, long time ago, I had a talk about RTX, which was ASDF port in Rust, but then it was the name was changed to mice. And today I will talk about RTK, and I have a puzzle for you. So basically, you need to guess each word of this acronym. So the first one, what word is that? The second one, once again, talk. Perfect. And the last one, nice. I had a tip for you. The quote from the movie, but yeah, you got it right. So, Rust token killer. It's coś, CLI output summarizer. it's a shell tool that's basically proxies the command that you run and summarizes it for you using some heuristics, so you can save some tokens. And they claim 60 to 90% of savings. And it actually works quite nice because it integrates via Cloud Code hooks, which are not so secure. But in that case, it hooks into your pre-tool use, bash, and it uses RTK instead of common commands like ls, git status, and similar. So you get much shorter output to your LLM. So this is git status. On the left you have output of git status. On the right, RTK git status. That's what it does. Basically, it removes some noise and sometimes useful information like files that were modified. But then Claude knows that there is 11 more, so it can run RTK proxy something. So it actually can get the full output. So this was the primary feature. The most interesting thing I found is smart mode, which can summarize the file for you. It can handle Python, TypeScript, Go, Rust, and some more probably. So it can be used for agents to easily discover what's in the file without actually reading it. And the smart mode is the shortest one. There is also read mode that removes just some noise but keeps the structure. So it removes some white lines and comments, which is also like sometimes it's nice, sometimes it may be not. And there is also aggressive mode that just prints the definition of classes and functions without actual implementation. But Cloud Code, at least Codex probably also is smart enough to see that there is an implementation, so it can read the whole file if it needs. And nice command, there is RTK gain, because it tracks all the commands that you run and what saving you have from using RTK. So you can get nice summary what commands were proxied to RTK and how many tokens you saved. And that's it. Nice.
Thank you, Shimon. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Shimon. Who else has a lightning talk still? Okay, we're waiting for Piotr then, for the Pykonik narrator. You have 2 talks, right?
We will see.
Oh, okay.
You should hear me, yes.
Right, round of applause for Piotr.
Yeah, so maybe I will connect in the meantime, but I can do first lightning talk from me without my presentation because it's a very simple one and very short one. It's a response to what Shimon said about pre-commit. Just PSA from me, do not use pre-commit as a replacement for CI. Even if you run it on CI, pre-commit will only scan for changes in changes you did for any things that needs to be corrected. It will very often not scan for other stuff, depending on the configuration, of course, but very often is misconfigured and many tools will only be triggered on lines that you changed, which triggers some problems. I don't want to get into discussions. I know it can be configured correctly, but very often it isn't. Please, Shimon, don't rush into showing me otherwise. And I guess my of course it doesn't work. Sorry. I need to do a switcheroo because I forgot this slot doesn't have HDMI output. And it hopefully should work now. Yes, perfect. And I will actually unify my outputs. And it didn't work. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Second of my lightning talks, which will be on the screen right now. Perfect. Someone still has to run the stream, right? Is a response to what Dominic said about agents and about SSH. It's not a nitpick, it's just a neat feature because I can show. Yeah, I can SSH to that random host that totally doesn't run the stream right now, so don't worry about that. And even if I would do it from shared from the VS Code that is run inside the dev container that still has the shared agent outside of it, I will be prompted with that. Who knows what this is? Dominic knows. Others people doesn't know. It's a confirmation that I need to confirm user presence. I need to touch that little thing before it will actually SSH me into the connection. It's a neat feature. From those little things, sorry, I don't have any other way because my one is very tiny, but trust me, the size doesn't matter here. Those are neat devices that can be used for various authorization on the web. You probably heard about the term passkeys. This is a hardware implementation of passkeys, basically. And passkeys also allowed you to replace SSH keys, and if you do have them on those keys, they will require you to either enter a PIN. Mine right now is not set up for ask me for a PIN for this particular server, but it could. But it needs a touch from me, and it will show me actually that prompt is started to show up in the last update of my OS. But before that, it would only prompt me for a password, not for that touch is needed. But the touch was still needed. It was just obscured from me, and it's a good, maybe not perfect, but some kind of prevention if you're using SSH agents and you don't know, don't want for everything in your PC to randomly connect to any servers that you have access to. If you use those, you are a bit protected from it. And that was actually all from me. And thank you very much. I will do that now. And I don't know if we have any other lightning talk.
Do you want to respond, or do we just leave it at that?
We will do a rap battle during. We will do a rap battle about that at the after party. Then, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me respond. So I don't have any slides because I assumed some things are obvious, but. But yes, of course, that you need to run, that you don't want to rely fully on the pre-commit. So that's why the streaming guy, sabotage. Run your CI. So that's why I mentioned the that preg can run on a specific directory, and actually precommit is not worse in that manner because it can be run on all the files that you have in the repository. So it then, okay, I cannot scroll. But if you run with -a or -- all files, then it runs hooks on every file that you have in the repository. And that's one thing. With preg, you can also run on a specific directory. So if you have some scripts that you don't want to lint, I think it's apps. Yeah, it should run. And the third thing, okay, it runs. And the third thing I mentioned is that you can run not the pre-configured hooks, but use the language system. So then you can exactly specify the command that you have in your package.json, in your make file, just file, whatever. So it basically can run the same command that is running on your CI, which you should have. So you have unified interface to run the hooks and linters and auto formatters, and then that's it.
Thank you, Shimon. And with that, I think we're not done with lightning talks then. Okay. Hi, Janusz.
Hey, Bartek. I will oh wait, I need to. Yeah. This will be super fast reuse of my own slide. Yeah, we can go. Thank you. So basically, I want to reply to both of you, because when your production is burning, you can simply do this, and you skip all the checks. So it's not like I'm giving you good practices. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Stranger HDMI disappears from your laptop. Hi. With that, we're done with lightning talks. Thank you all for taking part in that. And we will quickly go through our sponsors again. So just this is the finish. So it's a single clap for every sponsor. Trail of Bits, ECHO Miasta and Tytano, JetBrains, CLUG. Whoever is still not on Discord, join right now. And in terms of Discord, we will now resolve our competition. Who has the most reactions under their post? And I think it's a tie between Tytano and Łukasz. Tytano with Mr. Tom, the author of Toml, Tom's Obvious Minimal Language, is also a co-author of GitHub. I didn't know that. And Łukasz said that recently he discovered that you can extend your free Perplexity Pro subscription from T-Mobile for another year for $0. And they're tied, but Tytano was first. So do you want a PyCharm or whatever it is license? Great, we have a winner! Awesome. And that would be it. We're not leaving just yet. You can stay for the after party. Like, we're not really, it's kind of different than any other time. We're not going anywhere. We can just stay here. So, exactly, more lightning talks. No, the rap battle between the three of them now. Because it's not a re anymore. It's Janusz just added both of them to CC now. Things get heated. So we want to see the rap battle, obviously. So who's staying here for the after party? Okay. Okay, that's respectable. So we'll see you then, and we'll see you on the next Pykonik Tech Talks for sure in about a month. And in between then and now, we will also have a Pykonik most likely. So watch out for that, because we will just meet for just like a beer or any non-alcoholic or alcoholic drink of your preference, where we just talk about all things Python and non-Python, the two most important things in the world. So that was Pykonik Tech Talks 81. Thank you all very much for coming. And yeah, see you again.